Can you all hear me now? Dear. Okay. Not sure what the crackling sound is. Okay, it's gone. Curious. I have no idea what happened then because I plugged my headphones in, plugged my mic in. I mean, they're both the same. And tested that it was working before I started the stream and it was all working, and then seemingly unmuting has caused it to not work. Did icon can go away. So yes, you caught absolutely nothing of what I was saying. So, oh, I'm gonna have to restart the overlay again because my mouse is broken. I was going to fix that so that I could restart the mic. 1 second. There we go. Can you still hear me okay? Hopefully you can. Hopefully it's not crackling. So... okay, good. It is always great when you don't stream for 2 weeks and you come back and problems happen. So, yeah. Anyway, so let's go back into what I was saying. Because as I was saying, I have not been here for 2 weeks, and the reason I have not been here for 2 weeks, the first reason is I was on holiday last week, which was quite a lot of fun. What was less fun was on the Friday when we were coming back home, I had a scratchy throat and a stuffy nose, and that developed into a cold, which was draining a lot of my energy and also making me lose my voice, neither of which are conducive to either streaming or programming, and especially not programming stream. So that is why I didn't stream over the weekend or on Monday or on Wednesday. So thankfully, while I still have the cold, it is mostly gone and my voice is mostly back. It may go crackly at some point. We will see. And it may be the mic, but it's more likely to be whatever cold I've got. But yeah, it has seemingly been going round and it is not particularly pleasant. I mean, I've done the COVID test, and if it is COVID, I have not tested negative despite being very symptomatic of whatever this is. But yeah, we will see. But yeah, hopefully back to streaming now. I'm back to working on stuff. But while my brain was not really possible to like work on app stuff, and I even had to take Tuesday off work, which is fun, saying no, I'm taking a week off work and then I'm coming back and then can't for an extra day because I'm ill. My brain won't work. But anyway, it was working enough at certain points to play around the stream. So yes, I was talking about the holotable, which yes, the holotable has always been in this room, though it hasn't functioned, and it looked a little different. I mean, not too different. I've basically just retextured some things, tweaked, for example, the windows to be a bit bigger. Oh, we've got some lights over there now. And yes, I've painted a bit, just grayed everything out so that I can potentially do some textures and stuff. So yes, the holotable. I am not going to tell you how... well, I'm not going to show you exactly how the holotable is set up in Unity until the end of the stream, because as I was saying when my mic wasn't working, my computer and Unity do not mix very well. And Unity will cause one or more of my monitors to just freeze. And not show anything, it will just lock on whatever the last frame it showed was. And the way you fix that is you turn the monitor off, turn it on again. And okay, that fixes it. The problem is turning the monitor off and on again can work, but it can also cause one of two things to happen. First one is it can cause Windows Server to crash. Now, if you don't know what Windows Server is, Windows Server basically powers all of the Windows on your Mac. And when it crashes, it basically logs you out. It's the closest you can come to a hard reset without actually rebooting. Unfortunately, the second thing that it can do is cause a kernel panic, and then that is a hard reset. So I don't particularly want to risk that during the stream. So we'll probably do that towards the end of the stream, so that if it fails, it's not early on. I mean, we've had enough technical difficulties, so I don't want to risk it. But yes, the starting soon screen are also, we have be right back and thanks for watching. And these are built using a few textures. And I just put those textures together. I've got like the black transparent background, the lines going down, and then some for starting soon and the glow. And then it's all done in Unity shaders. This is my first time playing around with them, and they are a lot of fun playing with shader graphs, getting all this working. So all stuff such as the glowing that you can see around the edges, that's that's doing some glowing on one of the textures. We have the lines going down are animated. And yes, the glitch effect. That is something that I found a tutorial of online, and I'm really pleased with how it looks. I had tried doing it so that all the text was 3D and everything was 3D, but I couldn't get the glitch effect looking great, and just doing it as a flat plane that I stick some textures on and did a glitch effect, it's pretty nice and pretty effective. But yes, so this works, and one thing I want to point you to here when I turn this off, I have a fairly simple animation just turning it off and on again, which I think looks cool. But then if we move over here, I'll wait until Nebula comes on, because I did see you both notice that we now have, well, we're now in space. We have been on the ground for a long time, but now I decided to take the ship into space. I mean, it isn't finished, but I'm a robot. I can survive up here. I mean, I'll leave it as a mystery to the viewer how I managed to get us into space when I have no controls. And one thing you'll see that's actually quite nice that I didn't intend, there's currently you can't see it out the window, but there is a nebula above us at the moment, and if I shift back, the texture on the hollow table nicely reflects it. But yes, we have a skybox. A skybox that slowly rotates, which I thought may have been hard, but ends up being one line of code, surprisingly enough. And yes, it is quite fun. I actually painted this skybox this morning. I did one yesterday and tried it out, and then realised painting a nebula that fills up an entire face of the skybox means that all you see out the window is nebula. So I had to readjust the scale of things, and now well, and we just see stars now. But there are nebula that will fly past, and there may be other things that will fly past in future. We will see. Yeah, I also want to get some controls over here. What else have I been up to? We have lights up there. They don't do anything at the moment, but they will hopefully be able to change colour and add some mood lighting, potentially. Or perhaps a planet may fly by, or a ship, or who knows what may fly by. And we may be able to go to different places with different skyboxes and different stuff outside. So that is all stuff that we can explore in future. But yes, the lights. As I said, I mean, they don't technically light this up. I ended up just doing that ambient light, but they're up there, and hopefully we'll eventually be able to change colour. Let's see, what else have I done? There are other things that I've fixed. There's a lot of like controls and stuff that I've fixed up, made things a bit better, but let's head into here. And this room is still kind of bare. I am now using a magenta screen rather than a green screen, which has been a lot of fun because I was doing all the work of building my starting soon and thinking, oh cool, I can make it all green and black and it will look really cool. And then I was explaining to someone on another stream, how do you do the video capture, they asked, of your screen when you're in these? I go, oh, I do a green screen. Well, balls. So yes, my desire to have green text conflicts with the desire to have a green screen. So I now have a magenta screen, which I then encountered more issues with because, let's see, nope, Nebula hasn't come up yet, but the Nebula was very magenta. So then I had to, yeah. I mean, I had to tweak it slightly, but it all works now, so hopefully it's all fine. But yeah, it just basically means that I need to limit, like make the chroma key a lot more specific. I mean, the good thing is the actual texture is unlit in Unity, which means that it is just a flat, solid colour, absolutely no lighting, shadow or anything affects it. But yes, we go in. Everything is working. Let's see, what else have I done? Oh yes, I can switch between my various expressions and not have to hold the button to do so. So that's a nice little thing that I added. So yeah, I think that's basically it. So it's a decent upgrade. We can now use the stream for most things, but there is still an awful lot to go. Eventually I do want to get it working, integrated with Twitch and stuff like that, but I want to do some texturing first and a bit more modelling. I can actually show you one thing that will happen. Here we go. So this was an early prototype. If I play this, so it will be able to show RAID on the holo table, and it was also a prototype demonstrating but I'm also demonstrating that you can do images such as our little bug. So yeah, this is all coming together. The idea for the raid is that all the lights will go to red and start pulsing, the weird klaxon sounding, and I'll be able to go and see the raid, and then potentially look out the window and see who is actually raiding us. But yes, what we actually want to get done today though is Streamline, because I have not worked on either of my apps in 2 weeks, and I have forgotten where we were on Streamline. I have forgotten what we need to get done on Streamline, and so we're going to start the stream by working out those things and then trying to make some progress. My aim was to have got Streamline to a place that I can use it on the stream and leave it by the end of June. Obviously I've lost a week, so I'm going to spend the next week, this first week of July, working on Streamline. I may do some additional streams over the weekend to catch up, but then after next week we're going to get back onto Coppice and leave Streamline on the sides a bit regardless of where we get to with it, and just work on it part-time and focus on Coppice because I want to get started on the next major version of that. Do you think I'd make an animated cutscene? Possibly. I'm not entirely sure. I'm thinking something more along the lines of what Gwilym does, where something happens, but in terms of actually interacting with the raid, he can do that in his own time. But it's going to be, it will come up and start flashing, and maybe there will be some sort of like animation of something coming in or something like that. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe it will be something where I can trigger the animation, so I get the raid alert, everything goes red, starts flashing, shows up, and when I go outside, then we can have an animation of like a ship warping in or something, and saying hello or something like that. So yeah, we'll work that out. Towards like some point in the future. Initially, I just want to get it so that it actually does something on here. But for that, I want to get some of the lighting in place, because one of the things I want to hook up with Twitch is allowing people to change the lighting and change things such as the desktop picture on the Pokebot screen, and get certain things working. It's sort of like tackling each component bit by bit and just chipping away at them over time. There's so much to do, and it's one of those things of feeling a bit like I am way behind, which I am when you compare it to like how powerful Doig's that overlay that he's built is, and what Gwilym is doing, and so it's like trying to catch up to sort of the baseline and see what happens there. But yeah, I mean, there are things like I want to add just subtle animations on the robot. I mean, you have the subtle screen moving, but it would be nice to have like the it just look around on its own over time, or maybe it just like bobs, well, just sort of bobs its head slightly, or some sort of animation so that when I'm not touching the controller, it is still, well, doing something. But yeah, Streamline. I am also going to be using this. I mean, because technical things have gone so well, let's use some beta software. So I'm actually using Xcode 14 here. I have only used Xcode 14 once, and that was for the contract work to build with the new timing chart. Because, ooh, shit. That's a problem. Why the hell did that open? Twitch. That was code that should not have been shown. And I checked beforehand that that code should not have been shown. So that is a technical problem. Some code did. What I will do... is there a way... I can remove it from the VODs, and there aren't really enough viewers, so... is there a way to actually... I thought there was a way to sort of like blank out part of things, but content. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can cut this out. Alright. Oh, how that's a cute. Okay, well, we'll have to fix that. Hopefully not enough people have seen it, and I don't... In fact, give me 1 second, let me see what was actually up. Yeah, thankfully, nothing important. Well, it was important, but nothing too bad. But yeah, I'll just have to cut that out of the VODs and blank it out on the VODs. Don't stream when you're ill. Everything goes wrong. Oh, I just opened Xcode and even though, much like with the mic, even though I had checked that, is the contract work that I do not showing, it was, so I'll just have to remove it from the VODs. Thankfully, it wasn't that, like there wasn't anything particularly serious on. You're basically just seeing, there are a few, like it's stuff that you could extract by like disassembling or getting symbols and stuff out of it, so it's just basically you can see that, there's a class that has some properties and an enum. Anyway, this is what I wanted to show. This is what I want to show. This is going to be some Streamline work, and we are going to build and run Streamline. Now, as I was saying before I got rudely interrupted by my own incompetence, I have not really used Xcode 14. I have only really used it for, well, that client project. And the only way I used it was to test the build graph, because things were a bit slow in some bits to build, and the build graph stuff is really cool for finding out where things are slow. But I haven't used the editing experience or anything like that in Xcode 14 yet, which supposedly autocomplete is a lot better. So, what I'm going to do is pause the stream. Well, pause the audio. Okay. So, play pause doesn't work. Volume doesn't work. That is not updating. Okay. So, what we are going to do, let me open there. And we're going to playback audio. So we are playing back audio. Done. Let's create some more fine-grained tickets for what we actually want to get working. Oh, Xcode. Every single time. Let's be on the safe side. Okay, we're on the safe side. Key bindings, conflicts. Stop trying to make show editor only be command enter. Command enter is build and run. Go. Build and run. There we go. Yes, I am using linear. I'm using it for Streamline and for the overlay. I'm testing it out. I'm not using it for Coppice. I'm using Jira there. I'm saying for my websites, I'm using Jira there. But that is simply because that's what I was using. I'm sort of testing it out, seeing what it's like, because if I wanted to bring Coppice and the websites and stuff over, I'd have to start paying for linear. So I figure try it out, see what it's like using using smaller projects. I feel like I probably will go for it because I mean, even though it's an Electron app, it actually feels reasonably good on the Mac, which is a positive because Jira have given up on their Mac app. Despite finally getting it working, they've decided, no, we don't want that anymore, so... so yeah, we are going to work out what things we want to do for the next step of Streamline over the next week. So... I think the first thing we need to do is fix play pause button. And for this, the play pause button is correctly sized. Position as an update to select playing state and doesn't actually do anything. Always. Oh. Next is make volume. Up volume. Slider and back. Bug. What else do we want? Yeah, so that is... Okay, so... that, because it's way too up, because that is bug. So, show current track time in toolbar. Actually, fix bar playback. Fix formatting. Add number playing. Oh, track. Right, what else do I want? Skipping on last track, good, and playback. That's bug. One thing I test. Okay, so previous doesn't work. Previous this button while of track start. Right. Now, I think we need to sort out sorting as well. There's a bug there where the initial sort order doesn't match up. That is playback. Yeah. Or what else we would potentially want to get done over the next week? Up next in history, there are things that we want to do there. For example, be able to right click and add up next. Stuff like editing the properties of stuff, something that we showing what is currently playing inside of a tracks list if a certain track is playing. Maybe once if we get all this done, we can get a next set of trying to get some of the stream stuff done. Because if we can get some basic stuff there done, then it would at least be useful for what I need. So yeah, so we'll leave that there. Okay, so I'm just going to take a short break because I need to go and get a fresh drink. My throat. I'll probably be taking somewhat frequent breaks throughout the day because yeah, my this cough and illness is still not fully gone, but once I get back, we'll get started recording on some of this. So I will start the music up again and see you in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. So, let's get back into this. So, what we are going to be doing is click play, pause button. Fix. And tidy up. Back. So, how is everyone today? Hopefully you are all doing well and not making quite as many unforced errors as I am today. But it's a Friday and it's been a long week and well, it's a new month. Alright, let's doing pretty good, Sinister. That is good to hear. Especially after what you showed off this morning. That is really impressively done. And it looked great. How long did it take you to do that in Blender? Because I know that you've shown like in progress bits of it before, but seeing the finished product was fantastic. I'm pressing the wrong button. That is what I want. Took a decently long time. You had to do it in chunks because you kept having to learn things. But you're happy with how it looks. It should be. It looks pretty fantastic. Like the animation on it, the textures, the lighting, the modeling, it's all really good stuff. And now you're immortalized in a thumbnail, which is always a great thing. Currently, item playback and play pause item. Okay. Why it? That should be working. Hear us. Had no redirect on that. Yeah, I think just going and doing it, because the fact is that there's a pretty high chance what you are going to make is not going to be what you want. It's going to have all sorts of flaws and stuff that you could have done better, but it's going to be like, it is going to be the biggest improvement you ever make because you're improving over nothing. So it's like all downhill from there. It's that first step, no matter how terrible the thing you make, you're going from 0 to something. So that's an infinite improvement. And then it's all like, you may have a 20% improvement and a 30% improvement from there. So you've always got to make that first step. And yeah, just go in, no fear. It could be great, it could be terrible, but you'll never know if you find out. And if it's terrible, well, you've learnt something. The worst thing would be making something that has flaws and thinking that it's perfect first time. Like if you do something for the first time and make something and it's perfect, then that is a problem. Because if you're making something first time and you think, oh, this is perfect, it won't be because it's your first time. But you're not seeing the ways that you could improve it. So you're never going to actually make it good. Yeah, I mean, all you're going to lose by doing something that isn't great is a little bit of time. But the thing is, you haven't really lost that time because you've learned something. Oh, that is a weird sound in my head. I've paused and Starlight Brigade is just, the bell ring at the start of it is just ringing over and over and over and over. I don't think you can hear that. Let's see if I can just temporarily redirect Streamline and let you hear it. Can you hear that ringing? Oh, it must not have come through. Maybe it's just coming through on my end. Right. Okay. Here's... oh. Well, duh. Not going to change what the value of his playing is if you don't change the value of playing. Oh, sorry, failed on your session. Back. Yeah, but that's what we can do KVO. So, we have our player. I'm going at bar playing false. Player. Right. Oh, this morning I finally went downtown to go to get my Mac Mini framed. So a while ago I talked about how I was repurposing an old Mac Mini that's like 11 years old at this point. And the case of that Mac Mini, the aluminium body, is currently sat under my Mac Studio and is currently a paper tray. But all the interior bits are going to all be mounted on a frame. So I finally ended up taking it all down to get that framed. Well, it isn't actually built yet since that. It's probably going to take a few weeks to do because they're having to build a custom frame for it. Like the shape, like the size, the depth and stuff needs to be done, and they're going to do a proper job of make sure everything is properly attached with glue and fish wire and so on. And I even need to email them. In fact, give me 1 second. Okay, just had to set myself a reminder because I need to write some text up for them to be able to put onto the board. I'm probably going to put Mac Mini and then 2011 and then a bunch of the specs up. But yeah, hopefully that will be quite cool when it turns out. It's the people doing it. It's a photography studio that I've used before for like taking family photos and stuff, and then I realised, oh, they do custom framing as well. So they're gonna frame that up, and the other thing that they're framing up, which you may appreciate, Sinister, is I bought a print from Swift. I bought the Pat print, and it's a bit of an odd shape, well, odd dimensions, because it doesn't actually fit in any frame. Because most frames are fixed dimensions, but this is like, it's like an inch out in either direction, depends on which size frame you get. So that is going to need its own frame. Now thankfully that is way cheaper than the Mac Mini, because it's less work to mount it, and it's a smaller frame and a simpler frame. But I'm getting them to do it. But when I was in there, they've mounted lots of like posters and artwork and stuff before. They actually pointed out that one time they apparently managed to like frame a original Salvador Dali print, which apparently at the time they didn't know it was an original. They thought it was a copy, but it later turned out that it was actually an original artwork. But so they've done all sorts, but they've done a lot of like posters and prints and stuff like that. And when they opened it up, they were really really impressed by the quality of it. Like the imprint quality, the cardstock and the printing and the way the colours look. I mean, it in person, like the artwork looks good on like on the screen, but when it's printed out, it looks even better. So those prints are definitely worth it, and hopefully in a few weeks it will be ready, because they say it's going to take a few weeks for them to properly flatten it out. So we'll see. Hey Kieran, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? We have just been discussing getting various things framed. Right, I want to set up some subscribers. So how are you doing today, Kieran? And I'll start playing a I doing alright, just doing some after first art stream in nearly a year. Oh, congrats, how did that go? And I am doing okay. This is my first stream in about 2 weeks, and well, so far everything that could mess up has messed up. So it's been a bit of a stream, but as it's your first time here, and I know you're interested in this sort of stuff, say hello to my stream. I am the Pokebot, and I can do all sorts of things, such as rotate my head this way, and rotate my head that way, and rotate my head that way. And that is, well, basically all I can do until I get some arms. They're somewhere in storage down the bottom of the ship, but I haven't been down there in a while. Need to get the doors open. But yeah, I also can be worried, be angry, be confused, and be happy. But usually I'm either worried or confused, worried or angry, and occasionally confused. But yeah, this is my ship. But it doesn't look like much of a ship until we go through here. And voila. Ooh, now I can show you the prettiness. Look at the holotable here. Black, the thing in the middle, look at the black as I move across, because the reflections are pretty. But this out here is also pretty. And yeah, I am so pleased with how this skybox has turned out. In fact, why don't I show you what the skybox actually looks like, because it's just a Photoshop file. But yeah, this is my stream. Very much inspired by Doggy Swift. But yeah, one of the cool new things I have done is I have added... Helps if I select the thing. Holograms to my holotable, which go around. So yeah, it was it's pretty good, and it glitches because you can't have modern futuristic technology without it going wrong. Because the Pokebot would never go wrong. Never. Anyway. But yes, we have holograms appearing, which I'm super proud of. A lot of fun messing around in Unity shaders. But yes, back in here, I will show you the skybox. Let's see. Oh, so your stream went well, but you foolishly assumed your internet would be good. Your bandwidth was super bad, and the stream kept buffering on the viewer's end. Oh no. Mod tells me it was a fun stream regardless, but the delay was that bad that I'd respond to whatever they wrote some 5 or 10 minutes later. Ooh. Yeah, there are things you can do there. You can lower your bit rate that you're streaming at, which may help. I mean, I technically stream it up to 6,000, but I rarely get above 3,000. Like it will peak when I'm doing like animations like that, but most of the time when it's static like this, it's not that bad. Art's a bit worse. You can also lower the frame rate. That's one thing that I have changed. The stream is now at 60 frames a second. It was previously at 30, but that seemed to be causing some tearing on the new overlay, so I have upped it because I have the processing power now. So it should hopefully be a bit smoother for people playing back. But yes, let's open up Photoshop. And this is my skybox. So we have some nice nebula out here, some yellowy ones. Yes, we are inside the space cube. So this is all stuff I painted this morning. I had originally done one where the nebula took up like this much space, and when you looked out the window it was just pure nebula. So I've changed it all. You can see there are lots of stars and so on all around, some with a bit of colour. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how this has turned out. So the brush is actually a mix of 2 brushes in Procreate. I mean, I basically used 3 brushes for the whole thing in Procreate, and then brought it into Photoshop so I could cut it out. So all the stars are the glimmer brush in Procreate, which I basically scaled it, like changed some of the settings so that it was a bit more spread out. But then for the actual nebula, in fact, if I open one, oh no, I have past one in here. So if I open past one, you can see how much bigger it was. But I can actually take it off, and you can see there are 2 different brushes here. So the first brush is one in Procreate called Nebula. Not Nebula, called Rainforest. And it is such a pretty brush. You can use it for doing like rainforest canopies, but it's also great for clouds. And this is just different bits of pressure. It builds up over time and just throwing a few colours in. So like you go for your pink and blues, or you go for like there's some like this is reds and orange and a bit of like yellowy green in there. So I build that up as the base, and then you have a nebula brush in Procreate as well. And the nebula brush is really cool because it seems to use colour dynamics, which changes the colour ever so slightly every time you press on it. So a lot of the colours here, I just picked like a yellowy colour and it actually put all the stuff in. But when you have like the nebula on its own, it's not much. When you have clouds on their own, they're a bit too cloudy. But when you mix the 2 together, it makes a really nice effect where you get some of the cloudiness and some of the nebula effect over the top. Like I said, that was a bit too big, so I ended up doing some small ones. And like when you are zoomed out, the brushes are that good that they look like they could be from actual photos of nebula in space. So it's like just looking around. I mean, you can see like around here just the hints of the trees, because I didn't put them on 2 layers this time, but you can also see the hints of the nebula effect there. So yeah, I'm really, I think this one was a mostly nebula one, which is good for like more wispy things, but when you want to give it that bit more volume, having the stuff behind, and it's really nice because it builds up really well in terms of brightness, so you can do like fairly light stuff and then just do another pass, and it really ups the luminosity, so you can highlight where the light is. So I mean, this would be great for just doing just general clouds. So there's some fantastic brushes that I found that are just included in Procreate. So It's nice when you can find good brushes that do 90% of the work for you. But yeah, I'm really pleased with how this has turned out, so... Okay, so we want to import combine here. Getting back into Streamline stuff. Right. But yeah, it was just something I decided to throw together rather than just using the standard Unity light skybox and being on the ground. Finally make it look like I'm in space. So that is pretty fantastic. Let's try this again. Okay, playback controller. Publish. So we have it when the player changes its rate. It is going to update whether we're playing. So what I'm coding at the moment is a app that I'm building called, at the moment it's called Streamline, it's probably going to be something else. It's a music player, but it's going to be a music player that has some differences to standard music player. The key thing is that it's going to have the concept of streams in, where you're going to be able to do stuff, basically like soundboards, but for playlists. So you're going to be able to create playlists as you would any music player, but then you're going to be able to create these soundboards that basically say, okay, take this playlist and I want it to shuffle all the tracks, and then once it's finished, I want it to then go to this other scene in the stream, and that one is going to be just another playlist that's going to be fairly short and it's just going to repeat and repeat. So it's going to be great for stuff like if you're streaming and you want like intro music that then goes to like your main music, or you want some like triumphant music or some quiet music or stuff. You're going to be able to switch between these different scenes, and it will either queue it up once the current song has finished playing or crossfade between them and stuff like that. It will be great for stuff like if you're running RPGs and you maybe have a scene for like tavern music and another one for just general travel music and another one that's battle music, and it can switch between them. And what the hope is that it will end up you'll be able to automate it. So using either the shortcuts app on the Mac or a Stream Deck or stuff like that, be able to automatically switch between them. Sort of. I mean, you'll be able to power it by Stream Deck, but I mean the Stream Deck is more just general automation and so on. This is just a music player that's going to have a lot more automation features in it. It's also going to have some things dedicated to streaming, so you're going to be able to create custom like playing details things. So for example, if I bring up music, this thing up here, you're going to be able to create custom ones of these, which are going to be great because you're then going to be able to do a window capture and put them in OBS or whatever. But yeah, and various other things is because playing music like on the Mac, playing music into OBS and stuff like that is a bit of a pain. Like I'm going through if you include the music app in OBS, there are 4 apps that are involved in getting the music in, and like each app individually is fairly good, but when you put them all together it's a bit flaky, and yeah, the music app just isn't great for this sort of thing when you just play music, because it's stuff like when you're shuffling stuff, I have to then go through and move stuff around to make sure that songs that have lyrics on aren't going to come on when I start speaking at the start of the stream. Or what I could do is I could set up a scene that is basically just one playlist that doesn't have any of the songs with lyrics in, and then it can go and do like switch to another scene when I finish speaking or whatever, and I can just press button on Stream Deck to do that. So it should make things a lot easier for me, hopefully, but we will see. But yeah, right now we're getting some playback controls working. So we've got the play button working now because we're correctly setting whether or not we're playing, but we now want to observe it. So the playback controller is set on our in-window view model. Alright, so to determine when this is playing, we need to set the buttons bit on. So probably do that here. Toolbar. Delegate. No, it will be self.viewModel. Playback controller. Dollar is playing, and we're going to sync self dot toolbar delegate pause item button date playing on or off. So add our here, and our case play back. Store this. Right, so hopefully when we start playing, when I double click, it should now update. Header imports combine. Right. There we go. If I double click on this, it changes, which is fantastic. So we have the play pause button fixed. Okay. 11. So Stream could be vibing with a vibe playlist, and when they get ready, they could simply switch to a raid playlist. In theory, there isn't really going to be Twitch integration, but because there will be automation support, if you had something else that had Twitch integration that could then hook into standard automations, then yes, you could. So yes, I could have it where if I can get Unity to call out to load a script or something, then that script could then call into the app and actually, like through automation, change the playlist. So you like, because I want the automation stuff to be in there, you can hook it up. It's just, like I say, it won't actually be hooked directly to Twitch. You'll have to add that component in, but it's like got the endpoints there that you'll be able to put stuff in. So, oh yeah, with a hotkey that would be easy. Yeah. I mean, I want to create a Stream Deck plugin so someone could raid and you just press a button and it will switch to the raid playlist. So. Right, we have that done. Next we want to hook up the volume control. So I need to figure out where on earth do I actually hook it up to. I've got the player here. I think I need to hook it up to the AV player. Gosh. Hate it. That's right. Oh. There is a very nice smell coming in through my office window because my house backs on to a field, and the grass on well, they feel it's like a field behind a church, and they mowed their lawn this morning. So, and the wind is blowing towards the back of my house, which basically means that I'm getting the smell of sweet, freshly cut grass coming in, which is quite a nice smell to have when you're coding. Nice and relaxing and chill. There we are. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, if you have hay fever, it's bad. I mean, I do have hay fever, but for me, hay fever is tree pollen, not grass. So I'm good there. I can smell freshly cut grass. I just can't smell trees in the wind. That is what causes me problems. Okay, so do not choose this. Volume slides for me to play back. It's more control the volume relative to other audio output. That volume control by end user. MP volume group. I mean, it's not really that relevant. It's iOS, and we don't care about that. Curious. Use the volume view to present the user a slider control for setting the system audio output volume using the displayed. Yeah, we don't care about that. Even if we're on iOS, we won't care about that because this isn't about changing the system audio volume. This is something that will work like this in iTunes. You call it, for me, it's iTunes. Music app, but it's iTunes. Because this doesn't actually change the system volume. So that should be good enough. I'm going to. It is very observable. Not really all volume changes should be going through here. Like, this should all be going through mute volume. Make it easy buttons, but volume equals sum. That's okay. 0, 1. That's the one. Then, right. Ideally, we need to do in it of. This is playback. Ah. Zero. Playback control. I'm gonna do. Right, so we can actually get rid of the shed in it because we don't need it in. Ace, the name rings a bell, but I'm not sure I've seen any gameplay of it. Look. There's a haste that is a card game style thing that's out in November 2022. This what you're on about, Sinister? That one, that's that crunchy with compression. Oh, this looks fun. This looks like the sort of game that I would enjoy. Because sometimes you just want a game where you're just going super fast and there's not much to it other than go fast and try to keep on the track. It's just one of those things where you turn off the thinking part of your brain and just let the reflexes part of your brain engage. It's why I like playing Rocket League so much, because Rocket League is one of those games you can just switch your brain off and you're just instinctively going for things. So, but yeah, this looks a lot of fun. game. Multiplayer alpha. Gunfastgame.com. Okay, I am going to keep that to one side and probably sign up, because that looks like a lot of fun. Right, now this is complaining, so we can put that in. And what we're going to want to do is pass in volume. But yeah, that definitely looks like a fun game I would like. I've been searching for a game like that, well, like I say, Rocket League is sort of my head empty speed thing. There are a few other head empty ones I like. Power Wash Simulator is an ideal head empty, just focus on doing stuff, but the problem there is that I've got to the point where I like doing speed runs, and the problem there is you're moving your mouse back and forth like this all the time, or like this all the time, and let me tell you, if you want a one-way ticket to RSI Town, like try to speedrun Power Wash Simulator. Turns out moving your mouse back and forward and side to side and side to side is a repetitive action that really affects your elbow. I believe there are certain emotes that demonstrate that realization incredibly well. There we go. That is my brain when not realizing that moving your mouse back and forwards quickly will cause RSI. Especially as some of those levels take like over 2 hours. So doing that for 2 hours is... it's a big no-no. But I've started getting into Hard Space Shipbreaker after watching Gwillim's streams. Like, I got into it a while ago, but I haven't played it since like the full release, so it's been fun getting back into that, and that's a lot more relaxing. Alright, let's set some volume. So, toolbar delegate. Oh yeah, Power Wash. It is sort of virtual work, but at the same time it's just satisfying. it's just like a super satisfying thing to go around, especially if you are speedrunning it. It is a lot of fun. Yeah, Shipbreaker is definitely worth doing. I'm not sure to bring it to consoles, but I mean it would work really well because honestly, I cannot play it with keyboard and mouse. It is so much easier for my brain and hands to sort of use if I'm using a PS4 controller, because then you can use the joysticks, like the thumbsticks, and it just navigating around in that game is so much easier using the controller. So it would actually translate incredibly well. What value? Walls? Playback controller dot volume. Action, which is going to be volume. Volume slider change. Volume slider. Oh. Oh yeah. Helps if I hook outlets. So the action is okay, let's run this and see how it goes. Okay, so we have a volume there. They aren't doing anything. Oh wait, no they are. There we go. So if I start playing some... Play that. What have I changed? Get back, get some coffee. Okay, see you in a little bit once you have that precious, precious caffeine. So, setting the volume control, passing the... Don't understand why that would have broken. Yes, because volume. One. What? I'm sorry, what? What the hell are you doing, Swift? Stop playing the track. Stop playing the track. You start playing a track. Goal, self, dot playback controller, dot start playing. The transition skip. You what? I'm not misreading that. That does say start playing. You're passing in tracks, you're calling transition skip. I'm not misreading this either. It's calling full volume. Okay. I think we are going to clean build. Let's try that again. Okay. There we go. Well, that was fun. Sweet. now we have volume stuff working after a brief detour through the land of WTF. Okay. Well, let's get that committed. That is what I want. So, Streamline 12. Welcome back, Kieran. You missed some compiler weirdness, where the compiler was deciding to make sure we went to the completely wrong method. For our volume control now. So we will get that committed, and next is fix the next previous button. Right, I am going to go grab myself a fresh cup of tea, and when we get back, I'm going to fix the many problems with the next and previous buttons. Primarily that the next button doesn't work when you click it on the last song, when it should take you to the end of the song and stop playing, and that the previous button just prints previous into the console rather than actually doing its job. And I realised I haven't fully fixed the play pause button either, because that is meant to fix the size and positioning of that too. So I will go get some more caffeine, and then we will fix these other things. So see you all in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. I'm going to have to set it up so that it has a sidebar when I go to be right back. But yeah, this is all a new setup, so we need to tweak a lot of this. I've had to tweak all of my Stream Deck stuff just to get these basics working, so it's going to be fun to play around with. We can probably play around with that somewhat later. So, now we are back, we are going to work on the next and previous button. Alright, so what we're going to do here... stop. Now we're going to do maybe player... what we're going to do pause, and then self.avplayer.place current item with mail, which hopefully comes out. Here we're going to do self.player.stop. So we either get the next item off the playback queue and play it, or we stop. So we will see how that works. Nice cup of tea. So we will bring up our music. That takes us to our cache, and then stop. Okay, another bug fix. It's always nice when you get the simple stuff to fix. So, that's done. So, the previous track button. Plus the stop player. Stop. else. If let atom equals self dot u dot be get the last item on the history. That's a play, that play. The item otherwise. I suppose we could do if we could do no, it should be jump to start anyway. So if self.current so if the current time is less than 3 and the item self.key history lasts this, then we do that, otherwise we jump to start. Why are you planning?
Synthesis complete.
Just started hailing like heck. Weren't you saying about how sunny it was there this morning, Kieran? And I was saying it was cloudy and rainy. Well, now it's like semi-cloudy, but blue skies and sun now here. I don't remember the last time it really hailed. It was probably a few months ago, I think. It's meant to have been hailing at various points, but hasn't. So hail in the middle of summer is one of the weirdest things to encounter. Because I am a bit of a geography nerd, I understand how and why it happens, but it's still a weird thing to me. Yep, got to love those weird and wonderful weather patterns. So if you're getting hail, you should probably be getting thunderstorms around that. Well, I would assume. Because normally in summer they only happen with thunderstorms. Or at least stuff that could potentially become a thunderstorm. Yeah, the past week or so's been nice. Like, it's definitely cooled down quite a bit. The week before last was way too warm. That's when I think I measured it as 26 degrees in my office at the peak, so not ideal weather, really. I mean, it's a lot better than it would have been if I was using my old Mac, because that pumped out heat like it was going out of fashion. Okay, this really is... I can see why some people say this is the coolest new feature in Xcode 14. So if you watch here, we've got playback, controller, init, set up subscribers, play. So all these things here. If I scroll down, notice how playback and controller stick. And then set up subscribers sticks as I scroll down. But I get to the last line and it scrolls up. Now the single line ones, it skips it, but like next track will stay there. And then go and previous track. So you can see where things are. So that is super useful to have. I mean, there are many cool new things that they've... Oh! I want to test something. Which... Oh. Hit far. Grab a key. Grab a key. Switch on. They fixed it. I mean, sort of. Still can't do switch self.subscriber key and have it autocomplete. But it picks up the correct thing by the looks of it. Hopefully that sticks around. That was the most annoying Xcode bug, where they added this great new feature where we can autocomplete your switch statement. And the problem is, if you had two switch statements that had the same name but they were scoped differently, it would choose the first one it found when doing the autocomplete. It's like, no, that is not how this works. That is not how any of this works. And the whole purpose of building this language is to give you more information so that you can be smart, not so that you can throw it all away and be silly. So that seems to be fixed. And yeah, the cool new thing that they've introduced, if I do clean it, won't show as much here because this is a fairly quick build. But this building with timing summary, really cool. Why are you complaining? Oh, because it's the end time, isn't it? Oh, there is. Magic. Got 0, can't I? That going to build now. Okay. So clean. Product. Build with timing sum. Go here. Build timing summary. And go in timeline. We can see, I mean, it only takes just under 4 seconds, but you can see how it actually builds everything. But let's open up Coppice. Try it on Coppice. I haven't actually tried it yet. Coppice. Format is. That's it. Now. Delete these. Hang on. Copy. So, Warrior. that. Then get any out. Okay, so that. Why is it complete? It's complaining that it can't. Done with Coppice. Hey, there's a question. Why is this? Oh, you get the input, you get the output, get the git hash. Like it's not linking against Foundation. Okay, let's. Failing now. Okay, so those succeeded. Oh, let's see if it will go now. There we go. Alright, so now we can get some sort of ID. Home action, build with dynamics. all I wanted to do was show you a feature of Xcode, and it's involved an awful lot of yak shaving. Okay, built. Go down to the end and timeline. So we can see everything that gets built. So if I zoom in a bit, you can see it creates the build description, and then what is creating the build directories, which takes a fraction of a second. Is preparing a bunch of stuff, scripts, so a bunch of preparation stuff. Run a script and write a bunch of stuff down. Copying a bunch of files across, and then it's going to start planning some stuff. Planning. Then we get here, compile the bridging header, and then we start compiling all of our files. You see we're doing M3 data. Once that's ready, we can then do M3 subscriptions. You can see here we're working on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. So that'd be all 20 cores. The one that's playing now is Overture from the Heartbound soundtrack. So this is my full playlist, and this is, I believe, the opening track from the Heartbound soundtrack, which you can hear if you go and listen to Pirate Software and their streams. They use it because they make the game. They use the soundtrack, and it's basically like close to 100 tracks. Some of them are only like 40 seconds, but some of them are several minutes. But it's like 100 tracks, and it only costs like 3-4 quid. So, but yeah, this is a very cool thing because you can see exactly what everything on the CPU is doing and how Xcode is interleaving them all. So yeah, this now takes 10 seconds for a clean build. So here we get Coppice core, and then we get onto the Coppice app. Interesting. Pretty sure that was about 20 seconds in Xcode 13. Yeah, this isn't necessarily... Oh, the one before Overture. The one before was Next Time by Popsky. You can basically find links to all of my stuff, all of the artists that I have on the stream playlist on my Twitch page. So it should all show up there. I might add a command at some point for the bot so that you can have that printed in chat as well. But yeah, what this does is it's not necessarily saying where the resources are going, it's saying what is compiling. So for example, you can see there's a big blank area here. So why is that? Well, what this is doing is it needs to compile out the data stuff, and it can do the subscription stuff at the same time as the data stuff because they don't depend on one another, but they can't put you can't start the Coppice core framework until these are done, because this requires some of those. And once that's done, once it's finished emitting the module, it can then start doing the quick look stuff here. And then once all of that is done, it can then start planning the target here for compiling all these, and then it can finalize this up. So because this requires all the other previous steps, it's sort of like this is limited by all of this finishing, whereas these two are limited by these first two finishing, and so on. So you can see, okay, you can't really speed that up there, but can I have a look at some of these and see what's speeding up? Because a lot of these compile really quickly, but some of them take a while. I'm actually looking at it, the quick look stuff necessarily. Oh, that's just extracting metadata. So what they've done in Xcode is previously it would do like all of like these would be linked up, but it wouldn't be able to start planning this until it had fully compiled this and fully compiled that. Now you can see we're still doing various bits here, and for this doing various bits over here. So all of these like pinky purpley things would have to be after all of the blue and all of the orange. They've done some tweaks that have managed to shift that up, so that could be why it is quite a bit faster in Xcode 14. They have said, I think, up to 2 times speed increase for certain things, and there are other bits that you can do that actually speed things up even further, so we'll see. But this is more for debugging performance of the compiler when your builds take very long. For this, a clean build, Coppice, it used to only take 20 seconds, I think. Now it's 10. It used to take 40 on my old machine, so it's a big improvement, but my apps aren't that bad. The client app I work on, that does have some issues where I think it is taking anywhere up to like 90 seconds longer than it should do. It's like taking 2.5 minutes when it should probably only take a minute, and I still haven't figured, like, I know where the bottleneck is, I don't know why it's causing a bottleneck. It's certain files seem to take a long time to compile, but when you compile them on that own, they compile as fast as you'd expect them to, and some of them are like a few lines of code. So such is the way of programming. Programming isn't about writing code, programming is about working out why the code that you wrote doesn't work. Anyway, previous track. Get to our current item, previous item, and then jump to start. So, this should be working. So, if I start playing, okay. That isn't updating the track there. So, right, so the reason for that is that we're getting the current items from the queue. So we need to add something on here. Pop next item. Want possible still funk. We want to right. What I need I just need to temporarily test some. So I'm going to stop this. I'm going to turn off repeat, turn off shuffle. So let's say I start playing this. If I press, so playing next, it's going to work down. If I press previous, let's back to the beginning. So yes, it does do that. And then it brings up that. Okay, so we're going to have to change this. Because it isn't going to be as simple as that, and ever is. How is that going to work? So the issue is, yeah, the issue is we supply some tracks in. Now what happens if so if you're in a playlist, let me go play the previous thing. You're going to say, okay, get the shuffling. Surely you have to go to the history. Or maybe not. Oh, dear God. Okay, so the history is... oh, no. So the history that is shown is the history that is of tracks that actually have completed, and then it has gone to the next track. So if you press next, it doesn't add it to the history. The problem is if you press previous, so if you're just playing linearly and you start at the top, you do next, 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 previous, 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 it should take you back to the first one. If you do next, previous, previous, it will stop playing because it's got to the beginning and there's nothing there. Just as if you press next on the last one, nothing there, so it stops. However, if you shuffle and you double click, it's like it creates a new playlist with the shuffled items in and works through them. So you do next, 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 and so on, and it is going to actually go through them. And when you do previous, it goes back through, even if they're not in the actual history that is displayed, it goes back through what was the previous track that was played, which makes sense. But it's a separate history, and if you get back to the first item, then it doesn't do it. Now, okay, that all makes a lot of sense. If I am, for example, on this song, and I start playing that, and it shuffles to this song, and then I press previous, I want to go back to this song. And then if I press previous again, it stops playing. It's basically as though you've just reordered these and played it in a list. The problem is, if you're not shuffled, and I double click on this song, and I go to previous, it started playing this in the list, but it started playing from this point. So I need to rethink how this works. Because it gets even more complicated because you can switch playlists. Which is a problem because in my case you can play through there, get to there. Or actually, even show an even more difficult thing. Start from there, it plays down to here. You switch playlist to something else, and it plays through a few. You press previous, 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 and then it goes back to this, and then back, 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 back. And then do you go previous, 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 previous? But then if you go next, 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 are you then going to go to this one? Or are you going to go from here back to the song that you were on? Right, the playlist that you had switched to. Yeah. Let me just try. These are all stream friendly. So if I start songs, if I start playing one, go to previous, that stops. Okay, so next and previous were, yeah, this is going to be complex. So next and previous don't depend on the history. They depend on the playlist. So you can go previous, like if I turn this off shuffle, oh, stop playing. If I turn it off shuffle, I can go previous. No, so why is that? Oh, because shuffle's still on. That is why. Turned off repeat. So I go there and go previous and it goes up. And then it finishes. So that's the question. In a music player, what would you imagine like if you were to do next track, it would go to the next track. That is obvious. Whether it's shuffled, whether it's playing serially or whatever, it will go to the next track that is queued up. So it is going to basically go through all of these. If I play and I press shuffle, you see it changed them all. It's going to go through those when I click next. So that is easy enough. If I add stuff in there, it's going to do that. If I do previous, what would you expect it to do? Would you expect it to go back through the history that you have here? Or would you expect it to like go back through whatever the current playlist is? I think I may have to diverge from the music app here. I think like if you have a song and you press next, I think it's going to have to go into history, and I think previous you're going to have to, it's just going to go back through history. Let's back on while we what helps is going for a walk. So okay, so pressing back because the previous song was playing, but what you'd expect is to do it twice. So yes, that is what happens. Effectively, we have logic where is it? So if there's some item playing, and we get the previous item, we check, is the item's current playback time less than 3 seconds? Usually it is around 2 or 3 seconds. But if you're within the first 2 or 3 seconds of a song and you press previous, it will go to the previous track. Whereas if you are 3 seconds or more into a song, it takes you to the start of the track. So that's a case of, like, if you are playing and you press go back to the start, it will actually start playing that song again from the start. But if you want to go to the previous track, you don't want to have to do it fast enough so that you are at exactly 0. So that's usually how music players do it. The question is what is the previous song? Like, is it the previous song that was playing? Because normally if you've gone through that, is fine. Like, we've started playing here, and if we're playing through linearly, we'd go from here down to, say, here. And if I press previous and get back to here, what should happen? If I'm shuffled and I start there, that is effectively like the start of the playlist. I press previous and it ends. But in music, if I start there and press previous, it goes to the next track up in the playlist, because I've effectively started playing partway through. Can't start playing partway through a shuffle playlist, because what you click on automatically becomes the first song. But for a playlist like this, that happens. But what happens if you're partway through a playlist and then you switch to another playlist and then you come back? Do we want to have it where no matter, like, you're going through, I mean, effectively next and previous are playlist limited at the moment, but in Streamline you can press next and it will take you to another playlist. So should previous take you back to the previous playlist? Should it technically change the scene that it's playing? I don't think so. I think it should be, because you will be able to just select songs at random and throw them in regardless of what scene selected. What I'm thinking is, rather than next previous being on the playlist, previous is go to the song in rather than, oh, I've just realised I've been saying all that and I've been on the wrong screen. I am doofus. Anyway, I'll go over here and show you what I was talking about. I was too busy. I reached for the stars and all I got was mistakes. So what I'm saying is, if I selected this and it plays through there, I do like next, 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 so just let it play through and go to there. If I go previous, it goes back up. But then if I'm here, and this is playing, even though this is the first song that I played, and I press previous, if I'm not shuffled, it plays this song. And then this song, and this song, and this song, and it goes all the way back through the playlist. Now, what I'm thinking is, do we want it to be scoped by playlist, or do we want it to be scoped by your actual history in the app? Because the history, if we make it so that even if you press next, it appears in the history, if you played it for enough time or something, you press previous, it should basically take you all the way back through all the songs that you played in the app. I think it may end up being something that I think, given how Streamline works, I'm going to go with history. I'm going to make it so that it goes back through history. So if you start playing in the middle of a playlist and you go back, it just stops because there is no previous track to play. Because you're effectively building up a queue. So this is like going next in the queue and previous in the queue, rather than in the playlist. So it works slightly different. What I can potentially do in future is make next and previous not work on the queue but work on the playlist, and have that as a setting. Something like by default it does that, but if you then hold option and do like previous and next, it will actually do like next, previous in playlist. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Option. I think the key thing is not going to make sense as to which option is better until I get all of the functionality in. So I think for now, doing it by queue, like by the playing history, makes more sense because it's simpler. And once it's implemented, I can work out, does this make sense, or does doing it by playlist make sense and the queue thing makes zero sense? Or is it a case of both make sense in different circumstances or to different people, and therefore it needs to be a toggle? And I think it will be a case of, like, for example, it maybe by default it is set up so that, like I say, clicking will go back in the history, but option clicking will go back in the playlist. And you can toggle, there will be a setting to invert that so that clicking will go back in the playlist and option clicking will go back in history. So that way you always have both options available to you, you just toggle which is the default option. But yeah, it's one of those things of, if it was just a plain music player, then back and forward in the playlist makes sense. It's just because I'm doing different things and going beyond that, that's where it gets complicated. So for now, we will leave that like that. So if I yep. So we want to so we don't want to pop to the next item. It is play from history. but then it will never actually go all the way back, will it? So we do want to probably pop from history. So it's basically just having a queue, or basically having a list of these are the items that are in the past, these are the items coming up, and all we're doing is saying, okay, at which point in this are you? If you shift the history back, then we shift back and it's like the current item now becomes the next queued item, and the history item is no longer in the history. So it's basically almost like an undo redo stack, except you can see what is going to happen in the future as well. So that previous item is if self.queue item.count 0, then the previous item self.queue 3 dot remove last else item no current item we are going to self dot item dot the at in 0 self dot current item equals previous item and then in the controller, rather than history last, queue pop from history. Right. Actually, X, previous. So that's go to the start. Playing. Okay, so item is L Y. Do this. That's it. Undo this. I'm going to go to the next. And there. Leave it for a bit. Okay, so this should not be popping from the history. because it is not updating the time. Actually, no, it should still be going and playing that. It shouldn't be jumping to the start at all, that's the key thing. So why does it jump to the start? I've been thinking about this all wrong. It's so it's playing, and we go next, now it's still saying that's 0, so when I press this, it should be going through here. Okay, so we do that, and we do that. Previous item. Is stay by my side. Which of your style upgrade is correct. Item. So, oh, style upgrade. So that is correct. So self.choose item. 2, self.history 1, and then that. And go here. Item.trap.tackle. There, we replace current item. Boom. So, yes. Yes. So next. Oh, first of all, that should be history. That's why that crashed. So we do next, style upgrade. There, so then we want to go to the previous. Which it does because that was the wrong thing. Okay, and then what we want on here, player stop else, player jump to start, because there's no current item we jump to start. If the current item is -3, we jump to start. If there item we jump to start. Unless if do you know, because if you do that, there should be a current item by that point. It's like if it's saying nil, then we should I see why we're going wrong. If self that else self.player.stop. So if there isn't a current item, then we want to stop. If the current item is less than 3 and there is previous item, then we want to play the previous item. Otherwise, we want to jump to start. If there isn't a previous item in 2, we probably want to stop as well. So we probably want to change this again, where guard current item dot time is less than 3, else self dot player jump to start. So the time has to be less than 3, otherwise we jump to the start, and then guard let previous item equals self dot pop from history, else self dot player dot stop. But if there's no previous item, we don't want to do that. If we have all those, then we can play. Okay. Okay, see you later, Sinister. Hope you have a good rest of your evening, and yeah, great work on the animation you did earlier. And thanks for coming along, and glad you're liking the overlay. Right. So we have all that hooked up, so I think that should be that should all be pretty good. So fix next button. Done. Oh, that is done. Right, so we've got the play button that we need to play around with. Let's play. Maybe we need to set a max height on it. Set that to 12. No, I think once we get to 18, it's not making much difference. So we'll probably have to tweak that later, make this just an entire view, much like this, rather than having it be a toolbar group. Well, that will do. Jihut, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How was your stream? Welcome to the stream. How are you all? Hopefully you are all doing well. I am not doing too badly. First stream in about 2 weeks and getting back used to working on my own apps. So it's been quite a lot of fun. Finally getting stuff working on Streamline. We actually have audio playing in Streamline, which is absolutely fantastic. If we go and have a look, I can show you. In fact, I will pause this music and we can hear it line over. I should warn you that the volume, I'll move the volume down, but if I start playing, so we have music playing, you can pause it, you can go to the next song, and the previous song, we have history. So all the basics of playback are there. The next step is to get the playback time working. We even have volume working, so it's slowly getting there. There was a bit of trying to work out what on earth is going on, like what on earth I got up to. But yeah, and also I have done some more work on my overlay. As you can see, some things look a little bit different, but they look a lot more different in here because, well, we're now in space. See, there's a lovely nebula outside that is just passing by. We decided to launch. I launched a spaceship, but I'm not sure how because well, I forgot to fit all the controls. So yeah, it is. Yes, all of my software requires a Spaceship OS. It's the latest one from Mac OS from Apple. It's this is the Apple spaceship. They decided to skip the car. It was taking so long that by the time the Apple car was due to release, it was the future and spaceships were all the rage. So, but yes, the other cool thing that I have added are, and these are futuristic, holograms. Observe. So I have holograms that now can appear. They're starting soon. I'll be right back. And I can actually zoom you in a bit more to properly see them. And then there's a thanks for watching one. So these have been quite a lot of fun to actually build. So no, this is all programmed in Unity and C# and a bunch of shader stuff. So there's unfortunately no Swift in this. I wish there was, because using C#, C#'s a nice language, but there are many times I wish, like, oh, this would be a lot easier to do if I had Swift. Yes, Apple seems to have seemingly given up on Sprite Kit and Scene Kit for the most part, at least for games, and seem to be focusing a lot more on Unity. So I saw they released a lot of new Unity specific frameworks and stuff, like accessibility and game control, and making it easy to hook into that stuff. So I mean, it makes sense, because I think Unity originally launched at DubDub, because the original thing about Unity was a game engine for the Mac. Like, it was first a Mac game engine, and I believe Apple made a big deal. It was like all announced and shown off at WWDC, like 2004, 2005. When was it first? I don't know if they announced it then, or game engine. Yeah, first announced and released in June 2005 at Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference as a macOS 10 game engine. So yeah, it has been around for a while, but it was very much like all shown there, sort of like Apple getting back into games and stuff, and oh, we've got this great game engine that is for the Mac. So, and then obviously it's progressed, and now it's on all these other platforms. So yeah, it's been pretty good. So you got to go. Well, thanks for bringing people over, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of your evening. So I will take us back to the main room. So everyone else, if you follow me over here, we are working on Streamline at the moment. I want to get the volume, not the volume, the time updating. And once that's done, we may actually do a little bit more playing around in Unity with the stream, and I can show you how this all works. So to get this time working, shouldn't be too difficult. Because sorry, I had to sneeze. We have our currently playing view, which takes a playback item. And the current item changes. We update with item, but we also want from the item time. So if we do that, when we update with the item, want our point. Let's start. Not want to do that. Start the music up again. Alright, so we're getting the current playback item, but we want the current item time. I want to subscribe to that. Right. This is going to get the playback item. Dollar time. I think this. No. And that. Self-document time. Date component. Second. Set of playback item. Dot time. So, subscribers.com. When that is done, and that will clear out all our observations. So, we're going to do now. Now we need to actually update this time. We're going to pull from playback controller. Oh no, sorry, the playback player. So, current item is going to be an item. And we're going to do current item equal item if we start current now. Okay. Why are you fighting? Oh, because it's a let, that should be a var. Welcome back, Kieran. You missed a raid while we were gone. While you were gone. Unfortunately, I don't have the raid system set up. When I start integrating with Twitch, the ship should start going to red alert when a raid comes in. And we will be able to see who is appearing in our region of the universe. Right, so play, resume, pause. Okay, so I think William might use Streamer.bot. I don't have anything set up yet. I don't believe Streamer.bot will work for me because it's Windows only. However, if necessary, I can build stuff up that talks directly to the Twitch API. I may also look into there's something another streamer who I will shout out because they are a fantastic streamer who is also doing wonderful things in terms of interactive elements. They have a step up over a lot of streamers in that they have a game that chat can play on stream. But Finite Singularity builds, along with some other people, an open source thing called Tau, which is Twitch API Unifier, I believe. So that might be something I look into as well, but I'm not sure how that would play with Unity in particular, because that is sort of like web side of things. It's like run on a web server, so that might not work for what I need. But if necessary, I can talk to the API. I've done more than enough programming to know how to communicate with like a web API from something native. It's just learning about how exactly that works in C#, but I believe that is how Doig is doing it as well for his stream, having Unity talk to the Twitch API directly through WebSockets and so on. So hopefully by that point he'll have his tutorial out so I can pick his brain, because that's the bit that I really need to figure out the most. It's not going to be too hard for me to do, but it's like if someone who's already done it writes a tutorial, it is so much easier than figuring it out yourself from first principles. Right, so we have this here. So what I want to do is, we have the current time. Here we are, add periodic time of server. So let player equal that. Return player. I want to do player.add periodic time observer. For interval, PM time, second, 1, dot, maybe we just do millisecond. Dispatch queue dot main time, and what we're going to do is self dot current item dot time equals time dot second. So hopefully there we go. It's now counting up and I can go back to the beginning. So what I want now is to figure out why that is not formatting correctly. Set up the formatters. Interface builder icons. Right, let's have a look at this. They are... That's what I'm saying. Ah, don't want to drop zeros. I think we want to collapse the largest. How often are people going to have tracks that are more than an hour long and need to view them in hours? And I suppose we can tackle that bridge when If they do, then we can just change the format to include ours. You're considering writing your own for Unreal. You've got proof of concept working, so it's doable, but all the info you've looked at is really compartmentalized. Is that just a general? You talk about a general thing, or specifically the Unity, the Twitch communication? There we go. Okay. Yeah, in terms of the overlay, yeah, it's hard finding the information because you have to find all the different components and put it together. Like I had to learn Blender and learn a bunch of things about Blender, and then you find stuff about how do I do like rigging in Blender, because for example when I'm going like this, all this stuff is Blender, is like rigging stuff in Blender. It gets more complex if you have something more than just a basic neck. But then it's like, how do I get things moving around? Well, that was another tutorial. How do I get this rotating around? Well, that I figured out myself from looking at stuff. How do I get the controls hooked up? That's another tutorial. How do I get the cameras working? That's another tutorial. So it's like you consider it all as, okay, I want to do this specific thing. Let's look at a tutorial to do this specific thing, and then just build it up. And just do it bit by bit and get one thing working, and then get another thing working. And the tutorials are great for each specific thing. There are plenty out there for all sorts of programming languages. But yeah, I mean, cameras I can't really help you with in Unreal, but I mean, in Unity they're pretty simple, because all I do for this, in fact, I'll walk you through the entire thing. So Unity has something called Cinemachine. What Cinemachine does is you set up it. You have a main camera, but then you have a bunch of virtual cameras. So I have a virtual camera here, and what this virtual camera is set up to do is it tracks the back of, like, the top bit of my neck. So my face is always in the center. So you see, I can move around just fine. Here, if I had Unity open and we're doing this in actually like the Unity editor, you could see this better, but I'm moving around, and if you imagine, if I move my cursor down, there, my cursor appears. So I can show you, there is where it's looking. So if I move around, you can see it's moving there. But if I start moving towards, say, the edge of the screen, probably around here, I think it is, you see how it moves? Because it's trying to keep that point inside the middle. So it moves the camera, let's say I get to about here, with the top of my neck, it moves the camera to try and keep it in, and it moves it a certain amount, so I can move pretty fast and go beyond that, and it will move it at a fixed amount, at which point it gets to like a hard edge, at which point the camera moves as fast as possible to stop it get out. And that's fairly simple, no code required to do that. You basically plonk your thing in and you set the parameters of that, and you can visually set it up, and this is set up so it's a bit higher offset, so rather than lower. Yes, for this camera, it's set up as the main point of reference. But I can then move around, and you can see, okay, I am moving around, and it just follows. So this virtual camera is pointed to my neck. But I have other virtual cameras. So for example, I have a virtual camera set up. I need to select the overlay thing. Here. So this is another virtual camera that is set up so that I can display these. And when that virtual camera turns on, it overrides the main virtual camera. And it takes priority over it, so therefore the actual camera moves towards it. So if I've got it set up on my controllers so that if I press the triangle button, it will toggle between controllers in an area. So if I move over here, you'll notice that it transitions between them. So all I've done here is I've set up a virtual camera in a certain position and say point at my neck. Yeah, so what is actually recording is a single camera. This is why you have the actual camera and the virtual cameras in Unity. So I have a virtual camera set up and it is at a position as though it was on a tripod, focused to look on my neck, and it's so there's a camera operator that's saying keep this neck within this region of the frame. But then I have another virtual camera set up that is just over, it's set up basically just over the table, somewhere around here, probably a bit up there a bit. And what I basically do is I enable that virtual camera. Like I have a thing where it will toggle and it will choose this virtual camera or another one when I switch between. So each region I have has a main camera or has an alternate camera. So when it goes to the alternate camera, it enables it and Unity does the transition between itself. And you can control it does I believe a standard ease transition at 2 seconds by default, but you can set it up to have different animation curves, different times between different cameras. So I can have this camera here, and you'll notice this one doesn't follow me because this one is not set to follow me around. It is just set to look at this area. And then I can move back. And then when I move over here, what I have is I have collision boxes. And each collision box has its main camera and its alternate. So I've got a collision box here, but if I move into this other room, I go into this collision box, and that tells my script, okay, you move to this camera here. And then I can press triangle again and switch between the alternate. And in this case, the virtual camera is in the same position for both of these. But what I'm doing is changing the field of view. So it zooms in. So it's like the camera doesn't move. I just have two virtual cameras, each with different fields of view, so that it actually goes in. Now, what I can show you without opening Unity and risking things, if I find out where my cursor has vanished to, is if I open Visual Studio, open Stream Overlay, so what I have is this camera director. And I have a camera state collider as well. So I create my collider, which is just a game object, a cube game object without a mesh. And basically it's set up as a trigger. I set the main camera on it, the alternate camera on it, and then I basically create the collider in Unity, add this script to it, and set up which cameras I want. And then on trigger enter, if the thing colliding is a player, I tell the camera director, which is a singleton, to switch to this particular collider. And then in the camera director, switch collider, I say use alternate is false, set this as the current collider, and then I update the camera. So in updating the camera, I basically say, okay, what is the new camera? Is it the main camera or the alternate? And if there isn't an alternate, then we don't allow an alternate. And then we just say, set the current camera to inactive, the new camera to active, update this current camera, and Unity does the rest. It does all the animations between you. You set all that up in the Unity editor. The only big difference is I also have the holotable, because if I enable the holotable camera, I want that to override, because that allows me to have the transition for the be right back. So if I just if I go and select this and enable the holotable camera, you see it transitions across, and I can actually use that just to transition from any camera to that particular camera. So that is like a specific override. But yeah, this is all of the code between this and this. All of the code that actually handles how I do all that camera stuff. So there's very little code to do it. I thought, oh, this is going to be a really complex thing, but Unity has Cinemachine, which is a really powerful thing. Unreal, I would assume, has a camera system of its own, but I don't know how it works. But yeah, it is by far one of the most magical bits of Unity that I've found in terms of getting all that hooked up. And actually, now that we have this, I'm just going to save. Right, what I want to do is just show time and duration. Yeah, if you are not I mean, Unreal is sort of like the two extremes. Unreal is better for people who don't know programming, because you have the visual scripting, the blueprint stuff. But when it comes to the actual programming, the problem is that it's there in C++. And C++ is not a very nice language to have to deal with. It is a language that you deal with, not a language that you use. Whereas Unity uses C#. Now C# may not be quite as performant as C++, but it is a lot nicer to play with. So if you actually do programming, C# is, in my opinion, much nicer to play with. But the thing is, a lot of games are written in C++. A lot of people know C++, they use C++, they use C. So it's something that a lot of the industry uses. It's why Unreal uses that. C# has some benefits being higher level and doing some other stuff, but it's not as not quite as performant, but it's still very fast. Big problem with C++ is people, especially for like C++ and C, have fairly big security issues because they do not protect programmers from doing silly things like writing to memory that they should not. Whereas C# does. The language I'm using now, Swift, does, but C and C++, they don't. That makes them a lot faster at certain things, and it allows them to do certain things that are a lot more difficult in other languages. But the vast majority of when you see, oh, there is this big hack, this big bug in this critical piece of software that lots of the internet relies on, that allows exploits and stuff, or iOS or macOS or Windows or whatever has some sort of exploit that allows people to get in and get data, inevitably it's almost always going to be C or C++. Accidentally bleeding memory, yes, but like a memory leak is not the worst thing. Like a memory leak is basically you have created something and it does not release that memory. Now C++, you have to manage that to some degree. C# handles that all for you. Swift, it handles it mostly all for you. There are a few cases where you do have to do it manually. C#, same, but that's usually when you're interacting with C or C++. But the key thing is, so actually let's see if this works. It does not. Let's see, why is this? Is it because I have if I turn that off, if I unlink that and bring it up now, that is not working. I will show you another way at some point. It's really annoying that I can't do that anymore. But yeah, essentially it's if you have let's let me just do that just in case it is some sensitivity there. Nope. Right. So basically what you can do is when memory is allocated in blocks. So you can have a certain number of blocks of memory that you can have. So let's say you just want to allocate 4 blocks of memory, and that's all you got to use. That's great. Let's say this is some data that isn't all that useful. Let's say that this data here is a password or something, or an encryption key or something like that, something valuable. Now, if this is of length 4, if I want to write something of length 5 to this, if I am in a language such as Swift or C#, something like that, it will actually do some checks and see, well, there isn't enough space here, you can't do that, and it will stop it. But if you are in C, C++, don't have those protections. So you can go in and write into that. So that is now like the blue has written into there. Now, in the simple case, that causes memory corruption. This data is now corrupt and is no useful. But what if this wasn't encryption? What if the encryption was over here? And what if what was here was actually the code, the stuff that's going to be executed? And what if this bit here is something that says, is the encryption key here, or whatever this data is, what if, like, is this valid? Like, is the data coming in okay, secure, or whatever? Well, if I can go from here and get this point and start writing across, well, I'll leave that, but this, I'm going to flip that. That is going to be flipped from true to false or false to true. And suddenly, you can actually change the code and make it so that something where it would say, oh, this is perfectly valid, is now, this is invalid, is now perfectly valid. And now you've got a security issue. Now, there are ways around that. You can program stuff so that it does not allow this to happen. Generally, you need to find your way into the app and find somewhere where it doesn't properly check these things, which is usually, I mean, the key thing is this sort of thing happens with arrays, where you have something and you're counting along. So I start at index 0 and I go to 1, 2, 3, and then go to 4. It's out of bounds of the array, but it's going to the memory. Like arrays in C are just, you have a point in memory and you just count along, which is very fast, very efficient, but lets you get stuff that you shouldn't do. The problem with C and C++ is that what are also arrays? Strings. And where do strings come from? Users, the internet, like outside sources, so you can input those strings in and you can basically do all sorts of bad stuff. So yeah, this is what C and C++ allow you to do, because it was fast, it was efficient, but it now has security implications. And the thing is, a lot of the code that is already written is audited so much that they try to, and there are tools available, stuff built into the OS to work around these and mitigate against these, but there's so much put into this, whereas if you're using a language like Swift or C#, it makes it a lot easier. Yeah, you can soft lock, you can trick it so it spirals into oblivion, but the key thing is you can use it to read data that you should not have access to, or to change data that you should not have access to. And that could be, for example, is this financial transaction valid? Or am I allowed to withdraw money from your bank account? Or stuff like that. There are languages that protect against that. And this is a very common thing. And there's been a huge amount of money put into mitigating this, money put into making the code work. And the thing is, C, C++, they run on like Mac OS, Windows. The cores of those operating systems, Linux, any operating system, the core of it is written in C and C++, which is scary. But the thing is, the code that does that has been around generally for decades and is pretty well tested. There are people out there who build tools that look for these sorts of errors in code. There's something in Xcode called the static analyzer, which goes through your code and sees, are there places where there are hard to find bugs, and the computer can help you find these things. There are all sorts of like things that check, are you accessing memory that you shouldn't, so you can test for these things. So it's like, it's scary that these things can be done, but there are lots of tools out there that you can use that are fairly easy to use that help you check for these things and prevent it. And there are languages that simply add additional checks inherently into the language and the compiler that prevent those things from happening. So yeah, you shouldn't worry about it. Like especially if you're doing a game, it's the worst that's probably going to happen is if someone hacks the game. In most cases, it's going to cheat, or it's going to crash the game. But you're far more likely to crash the game by just typing a bug yourself. You have to get fairly big for people to start doing stuff like that. The thing is, sometimes stuff like that can be used for cool things, such as modding stuff. Hacking like Super Mario or something like that that's written in various things. So you could do all sorts of cool stuff, but yes. So short time and duration. What's that short time and duration? False, and this should be true. And then what we want to do is for both these labels, hidden equals files owner for short time and duration, and we want to negate the So now hopefully this will all just work. So yeah, that is not showing. Now it is. That's next, next, and then go away. Okay, fantastic. Let's connect that. Toggle. Back time and time spent. Okay, so that is all done. So I am going to take a very quick bathroom break and just get a fresh glass of water, and then we'll spend a little time, if you're interested, in Unity, showing you how some of the stuff I've done on the overlay works. So I will see you all in a minute or two. Okay, I am back again. So, let's get back into this. I can close this. And I can open Unity. As a warning. So, what could happen is I could have a monitor that doesn't work. So Unity does have some issues. It can mess up my monitors, which can fix themselves, but can sometimes not. In fact, what I'm going to do, make sure that I have a lot of those. So yeah, it can break stuff, which could potentially break stuff on the stream. It could potentially cause a full-blown kernel panic, which could just nuke everything. So we will see how things go. But yeah, hopefully it shouldn't cause too many issues, but we will see. So let us open Unity and I will show you how some of this works, especially some of the new stuff. Okay, so let's just that like that. So now you should be able to see Unity. That back up. So you can see we have a our skybox. We can look around. So let's go in here, and what we are going to do is I'm going to show you first off cameras that I talked about. So we have the main camera. This is the actual camera that actually functions and actually does stuff. Let's shift game over to actually game down to there. You can see down there. So the main camera is what is actually moving around, but then we have virtual cameras. So for example, we have bridge camera. And the bridge camera is set up over here to look at upper neck, which is part of the Pokebot. And then you can set stuff like your field of view, you can set like Dutch tilt and stuff like that. You basically set it up like an actual camera. Then I have the bridge alternate camera, which is over there. So if I enable that, you see this is set up over here, and it's looking down the bit. It's not set. Oh, this one's currently set up to look at the console center. Actually, I thought I'd change that. Guess I didn't. But yeah, this I believe is set priority 10. This, yeah. So whatever the last activated one is on, whether equal priority, you can set them different priorities so that you can have them enabled one after another, and it will go for whichever the highest priority thing is. Because you can only have one main camera, and it goes to whatever virtual camera is there. So if I turn that off, it goes back. If I select, do we have conference roof? Let's disable that. So inside the conference room, we have our conference cam, which comes on there. And we have the stream focus cam, which you can see is in pretty much the same position. But the key thing between these, if you look over here at the field of view, is one has a 42-degree field of view, one has a 22. And that basically just focuses it in on the box. Now you can see the box is bright pink. It is a magenta screen. It was originally a green screen, but I realised, well, this is very similar green. But being magenta, all I need to do in OBS is basically key by this colour, and it basically shows the overlay. It keys out that colour and shows whatever's behind, and what is behind is a screen capture of my main display. So that is how that works. It doesn't then key out what is on the display because that's on a different layer in OBS. So that's why you can see it there. So yeah, this is how everything is set up in terms of the camera. Yes, it is. Now, one thing that is key, like if I wanted to bring the screen, make that default, you can see here. If I set it to a 60:9 aspect ratio, I can like change the FOV, and it's just a case of changing that and positioning it down. The color of the screen that you use all depends on what you have in the environment. Initially it was a green screen because green screens are just like one of the classic things, but if you have a lot of green, then you probably want like a blue screen. But if you have a lot of blue, then maybe you want a magenta screen. And generally between the three of them, green, blue and magenta, you will find something that allows you to key out, especially if you scope things down. Like some of the which one is it? I think it's one of, I think it is either that one or that one did actually show some stuff behind, but I just increased the like how close to this color it has to be, and it didn't really affect the edges or anything. There's always going to be a little bit of pink highlights around the edge, but it didn't affect it that much, but it did limit it elsewhere. But it makes it a lot simpler. Now the key thing is, as you can see, like if I move out of here, you can see that it doesn't track. Whereas something like what Gwilym does, he basically renders to a texture, so it is an actual texture in Unity. So it will display properly at any angle because Unity can view it as a texture. Problem is, that's a lot more involved, has some performance issues which Gwilym's managed to work around, but this is just easier to actually do this in Unity, and the same will be in Unreal. I don't know exactly how you do it in Unreal, but if I get the screen, I've got green screen element, and if I double click on that, this is just an unlit. So there's a shader that you can use in Unity called unlit color, and you just pick a color. And what unlit does is unlit just, there's no light on it, no shadows on it, it's just a pure color. Oh, so you've got what Gwilym does set up. Okay, so that, like I say, there are potentially performance issues with that, but they are more if you are doing gaming. Gwilym was getting issues where there was lag and stuff when he was doing 3D games. He's managed to fix a lot of those. A lot of it was like around VSync and stuff like that. If you're just doing art or programming or something, it should be a lot better. You shouldn't have the same performance issues. So hopefully that works pretty well for your cases. And if you're doing like 2D games and stuff, they generally work fine. But I mean, hopefully Gwilym will be able to get things sorted out. I mean, at some point, Doig's going to get his tutorials out, and hopefully he's been setting up a Discord. But unfortunately, it's like they're very busy people, Doig and Swift, so he hasn't been able to get that out yet. So hopefully at some point he wants to get a Discord set up so people who are actually interested in building these things can have somewhere to discuss it other than on each other's streams. But hopefully at that point it'll be people will be able to discuss and share tips of what's gone wrong and what's worked and so on. So yes, we have all this here. You can see some other rooms that currently don't have anything in. One nice thing about Unity is when I build something in Blender, I can import the Blender file and it imports it all. I don't have to do all like the exporting to FBX and stuff like that, which allows me to keep things in sync. The downside of that is you need Blender installed because it uses Blender to actually import them, but for what I do, that's perfectly fine. I'm not sure if Unreal does the same thing, but it is useful. If you're doing something like this where it's only going to run on your computer, then that's pretty useful. If you are doing this in a proper game dev environment where artists are going to be doing the assets and then developers are going to be working on stuff and not touching the actual 3D models, and they may not have Blender on the system and so on, then you want to start exporting them as like FBX files and doing it properly like that. But for small stuff like this and prototypes and everything, or even when you're just testing stuff out, bringing it in from Blender, it's a really nice workflow. So let's see, what else do we have in here? Let's see. Got the skybox, which is just a bunch of stuff that goes into a skybox shader. I mean, yeah, no worries. Let you get the oven, and when you get back, I will show you how the hollow table shader works, because that is quite fun. Now, else. Oh, there was something I was going to do. What was I actually going to say? Something fairly simple, if I remember correctly. Pokebot. I've forgotten what I was actually going to go and do in these things. But yeah, we have things such as glowing lights, so we'll be able to have in fact, right, stable cameras. Better on there. So we'll be able to have flashing lights when there's something like a raid going, and these will be able to hopefully change at some point. I need to work out exactly how I'm going to have these lights set up. Let's see, what else is there? Camera colliders. Ship colliders. Level point. Oh, that's a fair point, can't it? Like, post process. That looks better. I think for what I'm wanting, I don't want Toma. What other post processing? hard. Bit of blue. Don't want it like that. Could be good as an effect for when it's warping. So that mixed with chromatic aberration. Back down. First bloom. Especially on things that have mission. It helps. Close. Color adjustments, depth of field, long grain. I think that looks alright. Add just a little bit of bloom, just brighten something up. Ah, welcome back, Kieran. Yeah, well, I need to go get food at some point. I went downtown earlier and picked some stuff up. So, before we go, I want to show off how on earth these holograms work. And by these holograms, I mean these ones, where you can see they're rotating. If I had the sidebar, they're rotating side to side. There's a scrolling effect and there's a glitch effect on. So how have I, and there's a bit of a glow as well. So how have I actually done all of that? And this is where things may get a little risky, because the shaded stuff can potentially cause the issues with memory on the issues with the displays freezing, but we will see. So the first thing for the holo table is we have a plane here, and this plane has a script on it. The holo controller script. So if I bring up holo controller, on here we have our materials. So starting soon, be right back, thanks for watching. If I wanted one for raid, I could add that. So I basically need to add a property for all the materials. And then for the various player inputs, when something happens, I basically either turn the screen on or off, right? Update the screen to whatever type it is. And then when it gets applied, I just update the material. So that is basically how this works. I have materials for each one, and I just swap out the material for the game object depending on what is going on. And then I have a few bits for the animation. When I turn it on and off, it sort of blinks in. It sort of like compresses on the width and expands on the height. So it's like a bit like when you would turn the CRT TV on. It would like go in one direction before expanding out and so on. So that is effectively what I have got implemented in terms of the code, and it's all fairly simple to do. The more complex thing is what these various things are. So I have some textures. I have the background. I have the hollow lines, which you can see down here. If that is just a texture I've created with some black and white and various things. And then we have Be Right Back, starting screen, thanks for watching. So if I go into starting soon, we have our starting soon, which is, but I reveal and find I can show these a bit clearer. So starting soon is just the green with the white outline. So that is the base of what is shown. I then have the glow, which is a separate thing, which has both the outline and an inner glow and a very, very faint, almost like you can't see, outer glow. Now the reason those are two separate, we will see in a second. So what I do for each of these materials is I've got my custom hollow table shader, which I pass in the base texture, the glow texture, the hollow lines and the background. I can set the amount that it bounces. So I can actually, if I press play, and on here, if I bring the hollow table up, I can show the bounce amount. So this is how much it goes from side to side. I can change how quickly it flickers and how intensely, and the chance and the region. These are all things that will become obvious later on, but it's generally how quickly does the flicker happen, how extreme does the side-to-side movement. The region frequency is basically like the flicker can only happen 10% of the time, and 90% of the time there's no chance of a flicker happening. So that's a binary thing of like, in 10% of chance there's a chance of flickering, 90% of the time there's no chance. But when you're in that region where flickering can happen, you don't want it to just switch on. You actually have the flicker chance, so 25% of the time there will be some flicker. So it's basically like 0.25% of the time, but the thing is, I don't want it to be a straight 0.25, like 2.5% of the time, rather than, because this is like 25% of 10%, because that could be like you have of the whole thing, it just happens 2.5% of the time. I want it that in this specific 10% it happens 25% of the time, and the other 90% it happens 0, and you basically have a period where it can happen, and then the period where it doesn't, and then the period where it can happen, and the period where it doesn't. So it's like alternating between these two things rather than it just being a completely random thing. So these are all the variables that I have that I can pass in. So what does this actually look like? Well, thankfully Unity has things called shader graphs. And shader graphs let you do shaders without having to write code. So what does this look like? Like this. This is the hollow shader. And this is really cool because, much like programming in Unreal, if you're using the blueprints, it is all a bunch of nodes that you connect together. Now this looks very, very scary. And I probably do need to tidy this up a little bit. But let's go through it bit by bit, because it is actually very simple. The vast majority of this, there are only a few types of nodes. Getting textures is one type of node. Getting the positions is another type of node. Time, so that as time goes on things change. Some noise, like generating various bits of noise of whether things should happen. And then either adding or multiplying. So if we zoom in, let's have a look at generate flicker. So this one's fairly simple. Get the time and we get the flicker speed, and they go in there. So the flicker speed is how quickly should this work, and basically it multiplies the time and the flicker speed together just to slow down how quickly it goes. And then what we want to do here is we want to change the Y value. here, and we're going to constantly do an offset. So if I was to disconnect this, you can see here what we're doing is we're getting the UV, getting it in, we're getting one of the properties of the UV map, which is the Y, because I believe it's like the U and the V is sort of like the X and the Y, so we're getting the V value and sticking that in, and out we're generating some noise. So that is creating a bunch of lines going along, and then the intensity, we're multiplying the output of the noise by the intensity to like basically shade down the intensity of the flicker, because the whiter and the darker it is, the more extreme it is. So what this is doing is tiling an offset. You can pass the UV in, you can tile it so you can have it happening multiple times, so this is just once and once, and you can offset it on the X and the Y. So what this is doing is that over time it is basically scrolling the Y. If I hook that back up, you see it's going down. So over time it's basically just changing the Y axis, and that is flickering that up and down. So that way it's when you get the flicker that's going side to side, it's not the same. It's going to be, depending on the time, a bit that goes all the way to the right, because the noise here depends upon the UV and the texture and so on. So it's a deterministic thing, so that means that it will happen if you pass the same UV and stuff in, it will give you the same noise. But if you offset it, that means that over time something that like moves a lot to the left near the top will actually move to the left near the bottom. And because we're flickering this on and off, you won't actually just see it move down, you will see it sort of like, okay, it's there, it's at the top at the beginning, then maybe it's going to be at the middle, but the flicker isn't on at that point, so it's just normal, but then at the bottom it's there, so it just helps it move down. You can see how this looks a lot more random now. So next thing, so this is mostly stuff that I got from a tutorial. Yeah, changing the coordinates of the UV, that is actually how I do all my different expressions. So if I control turned off, I wish there was a way to configure how long I will see. So all my expressions here, these are all one big texture map, and basically each column is, we've got a column for left eye blinking, right eye blinking, mouth open, mouth closed, and so on. And then one for like the background texture. And then all I do is I am changing the row. So this is one row, this is another row, this is another row. And then, for example, the blinking, I'm just shifting the columns back and forward. The talking, I'm shifting the columns back and forward. So that is how I'm doing the textures there. The reason I want that is because eventually I want the Twitch chat to have a redeem where they can change my desktop picture. And all that will be is, for that, is I just swap out textures. And all the code is the same because it's just a texture app that I'm shifting around. So. But yeah, so when we get down to here, this is stuff that I had to work out myself, because I want the frequency, but I want it to, as I say, only happen in a certain range. So what we have is we have the time going into fraction and multiply. So the top path is basically generating a bunch of noise over time. So you can see this is flickering quite a bit, getting light and dark and so on, but I will hide that because that can potentially be a bit triggering. But what that does is that does a certain amount of stuff. With the fraction, it's basically taking the time and getting what is the decimal point with this. But you see it's getting brighter and darker and brighter, and it's just pulsing effectively. So this is pulsing with some noise to get some stuff, and that will actually output whether or not we should actually flicker. The bottom path is basically doing that whole region limiting. So we slow this down a fair bit. We get the fraction, and you can see that is going fairly quickly. This is, you can hardly see it, and it just goes black and then comes up. And then we do a comparison of if this value is less than if it's less than the flicker region frequency, then it's let's say if it's 10% or less, it's basically we do a comparison, do a branch, so this is like comparing into an if statement. If it's true, it's 0, so it doesn't show. If it's bigger, then there's a flicker chance. So this is basically saying what is the chance. If we are in our case, the 90% range, it's 0. If we're in the 10% range, it's whatever our flicker chance is. And then you get to this step bit, which is effectively converting it into a Boolean yes and no. So you're setting like what is the edge, what is the limit. I think that's the limit. And basically it's just turning it into like an on or an off rather than a bunch of floating point. So that then goes into here, and what we're doing when you see this flicker on is it will multiply this by this. So at the moment it's multiplying all of this by black, and hopefully you can just see when it flickers on white, you can just see the pattern of this in. So when it's black, it's basically taking all this and making it all black. When it's white, it's basically making all this brighter. We then limit it down a bit, just change the intensity down a bit, and then that comes in. And then what we're doing is this is where it starts getting really clever. And like I say, I got this from a tutorial. This is not me coming up with this. But again, we're going in here. I'm going to shift the x-axis now. So we've got the lines that are in the y-axis, but this is now going to shift the x-axis. I'm going to take our UV map. I'm going to add the x components together. I'm going to use that on the UV map for our textures. So we've pulled the texture in, and as you can see, it's flickering it side to side. So what this is basically doing is this is adjusting the UV of the texture. So we pull the texture in, we stick it up, and this is just pulling. So this top path is basically pulling it out, multiplying it so that we can get the starting zoom with the alpha and put that in as the base color. But it is also getting the alpha and applying the same UV thing there, so you can see it flickering. So all it is really doing is adjusting the U. It's going down each Y and adjusting the X position of the UV as it goes along. So that's how you get the jagged thing. So it's effectively all this stuff here is just to get it so we can get a bunch of random X positions for each Y coordinate and just shift the UV. Now you could do this. Initially I did try this with 3D elements, with where you just change the you do the vertex shader and change the vertices, and it's the same principle. It's just a lot harder because you need a high polygon count to do that. Whereas this, you've got a texture, so it's however many pixels, is however many lines you have to work with, and the actual polygon is just a plane. It's like 4 vertices. It's like maybe like 2 triangles put together. So it's about as low poly as you can get, but you get a far better result because it's doing it on the texture. Now, the rest of this. Here we're mixing the alpha, we're pulling the texture in for the background, the texture in for the plane thing, and the texture in for the glow. So what we do here is we take the RGBA and the alpha, multiply them together, because you can see this is white here. I have no idea why it's pulling it in white, but if you multiply this by the alpha, it gives you it like with the alpha, which makes no sense because this is RGBA, so it should have the alpha built in, but it doesn't. So we get that output as the base color. Then we want to get our alpha, because we want it to be translucent. So we take the alpha, or rather, yeah, we take the alpha channel from this, we multiply it by 0.9. The reason for this is the actual starting soon bit is solid. So we want to make it just slightly translucent so the text can be seen through. We then take our background, again, that is a solid black, so we're going to multiply that by 0.4, so it's 40% opacity. And we're also going to basically multiply, I don't remember why we're doing this one. I think this is to get the corners on this. So we're multiplying the alpha there by starting soon. And then we're multiplying the fainter version by this, and that gets us our alpha channel, which we output here. Then we go down and we're doing all the glow effects and so on. So what we're going to do is in the top level, we're taking our alpha channel and we're going to multiply it by our RGBA, and that basically adds our colors in for our glow. Here we have our actual glow texture. I'm going to apply color to it. In this case, the color is just white, but it's going to be an HDR, so that makes it really pop. We're going to blend these together so our glow gets whatever color is on here. Now we could set this to just be green or just be blue or be whatever color it is. What this allows us to do is we are taking whatever colors are here. Now this is just one color, but imagine this was a video. Imagine this was like an image that has multiple colors in it. If you have the glow pattern of where you want the glows on those image, and you have this here, it actually starts glowing with whatever colors are there. So this allows us to have multicolor images and the hologram. And then what we do is we basically just add our base emission, which is basically the core part of it, with our edge glow, because we want the edge parts to really glow. Add those together, and that gives us our glow bit there. And that's going to get multiplied with this bit, which will then go into our emissions. So what makes this bit here? Oh, fairly simply, we have our sample texture, and much like we did before, get a time, we multiply it to slow it down. We get the position in world space, because we want this to move up and down. Well, we want it to move down in world space rather than object space. And we're just doing an offset. So over time, it is going to offset the value down. And yeah, it's just taking our texture and just scrolling it. We don't actually need that multiply there, but we get it scrolling down, and we multiply those two together, and then that becomes emission. So the actual texture here for the HoloLines is not actually rendered as part of the base color. The glow is not part of the base color. They are all part of the emission layer of it, and they just all go together into the emissions. So it's all, like I say, it's all fairly simple. All these are multiply, blends, adds, multiply, position, multiply. You got some time, tiling, texture, add, multiply, some UV positions, textures, multiply, a bit of branch and comparison there, but tiling, noise. So they're all fairly simple things. And then up here we have our vertex stuff, which is how we're doing the rotate. So we're getting the position. We're again doing the time multiplied by the amount we want it to bounce. we're multiplying the position by the time. And then what we're doing is we're pulling out the position, the X and the Z. And in Unity, X and Z are your, basically, X is side to side, Z is front to back, and Y is up and down. Whereas in Blender, Z is up and down. But what we're doing is pulling out the X and the Z, so the side to side position and the back to front position don't change. But we want it to basically rotate on like going backwards and forwards as though it's rotating around the y-axis. So what we do here is we pass the result of our time multiplied by the bounce amount multiplied by the position into the y, and that basically alternates it back and forward. So for the HoloLines, yes, because the HoloLines, no matter which way you looked at it, the position that you want for the UV is you want it to be positioned like going down. So if I took this holo screen and I rotated it 90 degrees, if I did it in object space, then the lines will start going left to right. But I actually still want it to go up and down. Now the reason for that is the holo table is down here. The holo table has not moved. So the holo table is like projecting vertically down, so no matter how I rotate the holo thing above, the line should be going down because they're going down to the holo table. At least that's what I'm thinking in my head. So that's why I do it in world space, because then if I'm changing the Y, well then it's just going down. So it doesn't matter what orientation the object is. Whereas up here, it will, because I'm tweaking the object orientation rather than the world. But yeah, so this goes in and does position. Now the key thing is, you'll notice that this is going a bit bright and then going dark. And can you see how it's like pulsing? Well, that's because rather than using the straight time, which is just counting up, it's using sine time. So it's basically a sine curve based on over time. So that does the pulsing, and that's why it does the gentle rocking backwards and forwards. And that is my first Unity shader. So in the end, it looks like a mess, but it's like this generates the flicker. This generates when the flicker can actually appear, which then goes and gets inputted into the textures. So all this is just generating what the flicker is to adjust the UV of these textures. And then it's just generate the base color, generate the alpha, then generate the emissions. The first part is generate the emissions for the starting soon bit, which actually needs the flicker as part. And the second bit is the hollow lines that gently glow down. And then finally up here, we just a gentle rock back and forth. You could technically animate that in code, like just animate the actual plane, but you might as well just throw it into the shader. The actual thing where it turns on and off, I've animated in code because that's a bit easier to do than in the shader, because being in the shader, it's just constantly going as it's rendering, it's constantly rocking back and forward, whereas the animation I only want to be a one-off thing. So yeah, that is how I got all that working. Oh yes, that is basically how I managed to get all this hooked up and get all that animation stuff working. So yeah, that's been a lot of fun. So what I am going to do, as it is 6 PM and I've been streaming for what, 5 hours now, I am going to go and get some food. So I'm going to stop the stream. There's no one really online to raid, so we'll just call the stream there. I am going to not put the VOD up straight away. I'm actually going to take it down on Twitch, because there was that brief moment where I accidentally put up code from a client project that should not be there. There's nothing too bad. There's nothing that anyone's ever going to find out. It's like, oh, there's some types and some enums that are not particularly all that useful. but I do want to get that removed. So the VOD on Twitch will be up a bit later. I'll probably have to look at getting that up tomorrow once I've figured out how I'm going to edit it out. I can cut that out directly and just not have it there. In fact, I may do that. I may see if I can just cut it out on Twitch, and then for the YouTube VOD I will see if I can just blank it out so that at least the audio's there. But yeah, it'll probably be a while before the VOD goes up. But yes, thank you all for coming. Thank you G-Hut for the raid, and I may do a stream on Sunday, I'm not sure. If not, I'll be streaming on Monday, hopefully. So until then, hope you have a good rest of your day, good weekend, and as always, happy coding. And now let's see if my goodbye script works with the new changes.